Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, January 21st. And not a whole lot is going on yet today. The kids are not in school today. The schools declared it too cold to go to school today. I think it was like 25 below this morning. So kids are up in bed, still sleeping. I got up a little bit earlier today. I was hoping to see more movement in the market, so I got started at 7 this morning. So that's where this orange box starts. I already put on 3 trades. 2 of them were small winners, and 1 was a small loser. So, but for the most part, if you see the delta, it's just kind of grindy, choppy so far today. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4 chop boxes on the screen, which is no fun. So we are just going to sit here and wait for a better setup. I'm going to try to do a better job staying out of the chop today, too. I've kind of been ignoring a lot of that lately. So I got a post-it note here to do more sitting on my hands, do what the playbook tells me to do when I see that. So Schroden, good morning. I don't think there's too much going on for news today. Let's go ahead and check that out quick. Next news event is at 3:45 p.m., but I don't really think that applies to us. Let's see. Canada had a CPI this morning at 7:30. That has already passed. Didn't really do much to the market. And that's it. Nothing really going on today. Not much going on tomorrow either. On our higher time frames, we are bullish on the 15-minute currently. A little bullish on the 5. We did dip below the 5 here briefly, so that could be a sign of things to come. Could turn bearish here fairly soon. Same thing on the 3. We were kind of in this little dip zone here. Delta got back above confirmation line, but usually when you see that, it's kind of short-lived. So we'll see. On the 1, we did have our confirmation line cross to the downside right here. So I am currently in the mood for looking for shorts. We're sitting right at the anchored VWAP line right now. We've kind of been, when we started the day, we were sitting on top of it, briefly went below, went back on top, but we've kind of been just chopping it a little bit. The bulls don't seem very strong, in other words. Schroden, sorry, I should know this, but can you remind me, how do you decide when to still take, say, a long like you had this morning when the delta crossed below a conf line? I don't think I took a long this morning when the delta was below the conf. Maybe I'm not understanding. You looked at the wrong chart. Yeah, Delta was above comp here. We got this higher low, so that's why I took that trade. But it just, see how it just went sideways forever? It wasn't going anywhere, and then we got this tick down from the upper power zone, so I pulled it there for a small profit, almost break even. It tried once more, but I don't like taking these tick ups in the red zone unless it's like really strong. Then I'll take them. But see how weak the delta was, and we were chopping right there. So I stayed out. We pulled back to the lower power zone here, and the delta was tapering, still above confirmation line. That's why I took that one. Again, it just didn't really go anywhere, so small win. We ticked down with the lower high under the delta, which is why I pulled it there. Again, another tick up in the red zone. That one actually would have worked out pretty well had I taken it. But with all this weakness in the delta, I just didn't really trust it. And now we finally crossed to the downside, so that's why I'm looking for shorts now. Hossein, good morning. And even this one, this tick down, is from the green zone. Now see, you can take all of these as long as you're on the wrong side, but in my experience, when I try to do that, I get burned more. But let's just take a look. If you have taken this one from the red zone, and always do it in the direction of the confirmation slope. So if the confirmation is pointed up, you want to take longs. If it's pointed down, like it is right now, you want to take shorts. So if I would have taken this one, you would have been in right here. Didn't hit 80 ticks, but if you take it to the first tick down, that would have been the biggest winner of the day right there. This one, let's see. Here's a tick up from the red zone. That one, I probably would have exited on that next tick down, so that would have been a small loss. And but then it ticked up again right here. And you know, if it does it twice, it's usually not so bad. That one definitely would have hit 80 ticks. Let's see if it would have hit 125. Yep, it would have hit 125. However, I got a sell signal right before that. So see, the delta went negative, and we got that little bit of a delta squeeze there. So I tried shorting from the 8 because I didn't like to, you know, I don't really like to enter on the big candles. And as you could see, if I would have shorted on the close that candle, my loss would have been a lot bigger. But because I did it on the 8, it was only 2 points. And now we are looking for shorts because we're pointed down. So if we took this green zone tick down, again, that's kind of a big candle. I don't really like doing those, but you would have been in right there. And so far, that'd be a winner. So maybe I should loosen up my rules a little bit about the red zone, green zone, but just in my experience, I kind of get burned more trying to do that. But maybe with this new take profit strategy, it won't be so bad. So I still have yet to find out. So we got a little bit more chop setting in. Market has been really choppy recently, and I don't like that part. Thursday was bad, Friday was bad, Monday was a half day, but that also was not very good. So hopefully we break out of the chop streak today. Looks like we got a little bit more setting in right here. Trying to. Potentially. Is that the 825 candle that pushed it up here? Yep, it was. So that was that 825 algorithm. I've kind of learned that if I'm in a trade and it's like 823, 824, I usually want to move my stop to break even because of this candle. Or just exit the trade right before that. Since that candle can change things really quickly. Well, the good news is we got the VWAP all the way down here at 645. And so looks like we are not going to open around VWAP. Usually when we open around VWAP, the chop continues. Schroden, yesterday might have been weird because while CME was open half day, New York was closed. Yeah. Jay-Waz and I were talking about that yesterday too. And so, yeah, everything was just kind of weird with the price action yesterday. That is true. All right. Looks like we're pushing down again here. We do have the delta gaining some momentum to the downside. We got the open in about 1 minute 40 seconds. Again, we're in this green zone, but according to the playbook, if this candle right here is fatter than the previous one, and we're pushing to the downside, that is an impulsive breakout entry. So you can take that. Lately, I haven't been having a lot of luck with those, though. We'll see if this one plays out. I don't really want to take that right before the open here. If it was more of a standard setup, I might take that. But like I said, I haven't really been having all that much luck with that specific entry lately with all the chop. We got the open here in about 10 seconds. Okay, John, good morning. And there's the push to the upside. It's nice to see price actually moving. Jay Waz, good morning. And there's the push down. Still more bearish. So still looking for short. While we're waiting here, I might as well go ahead and clear out all of my old chicken scratch on the chart. Let's see, where are we today? It's like right there. Pushing down again. Curious to see how big of a stop we would have needed on this impulsive breakout entry move. Would 80 ticks do it? Yes, it would. We have not ticked up yet. So in this case, looks like that actually would have worked. So far. Schroden, this is kind of rare. High divergences on ES versus NQ. Really? Oh, yeah. ES is climbing. Good morning, Evelyn. My daughter just woke up. Kids don't have school today. So, here, let me go back to where I was. Yeah, so NQ might end up pushing up here. We'll see. All right, I'm going to get her situated really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Good morning, Raphael. Snow in Houston? What? Well, we woke up to minus 25 over here. It's pretty darn cold. So, not surprised that it's snowing down there, I guess. Yeah, very weird. ES is still pushing up. You know what, though? This is the sell signal on ES right here. You got your cross, your pull back up to that upper power zone, and boom, that's your short on ES. And now we're pushing down on NQ. $29 there, huh? Wow. How do your cars even start? Good question. Some of them don't. Some of them don't. And just like that, we made it to VWAP in 2 candles. Jeez. Is ES falling back in line? There we go. Yeah, this was the short on NQ right here. $80 tick stop on, I'm sorry, on ES. $80 tick stop on ES is pretty huge. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Good old VWAP. Delta's looking pretty heavy. Someone was asking me this morning how to confirm an entry on key levels like VWAP with the cumulative delta. And I basically told him that you just wait for an entry in the playbook. And if it touches the level and you before you get the entry, then usually that's a better entry. But like in this situation, you know, you got a fat delta, everything's pointed down, there's no entry. So you definitely don't want to just buy the support. You want to wait. And the 3-minute is bearish now. The 5 is bearish. $15 is looking rather choppy. Well, shoot. I wish we would have got a clean entry for that, but we didn't. We had all this chop right here. Well, we had an entry. I chose not to take it. It was the impulsive move breakout entry right here at 828. Like I said, a short, or I'm sorry, an 80 tick stop would have done the trick. It was just kind of nasty going into it. And sliced right through VWAP like it was nothing. Back to daily open. Got some pretty heavy looking Delta candles still. So this could keep going. We got the London session low here at 583 to take out. Wouldn't be surprised if we take that out. Then we had this massive move down yesterday. I actually caught this right here. Yesterday, I put on a trade right here on this tick down right there. And I caught 80 points down, and then I caught 125, and then I had one runner that made it all the way down to 600 ticks. So right, where was it? Right there. That was my big trade last night, or yesterday evening. So, is that where we're headed? That is a good question. Let's see. Here's the 15-minute. Here's the low from that Sydney session. Let's look at the 5-minute. The 5-minute, we do have an order block here that could be a support level. ATR is sitting at 82 right now. You know, when it's so high, these tick-ups from the power zone still might work. Looks like that one would have hit 80 ticks. Still looking pretty heavy so far. Take a quick look at crypto, see what's going on over there. Alvey trade's still looking pretty good. It's up about 21% right now. Bitcoin's just kind of chopping around. I did just buy into Trump coin on the 15-minute chart with my bot right there. That was my entry. See how that one plays out. Well, so not only did 80 ticks work, but I think 125 would work. Yep, 125 would have worked too. Back to VWAP. Ooh, look at ES. And what do you see here? We got our good old broadening formation. Suppose you could, yeah, that point right there. Look at that. Perfection. You're going to run all the way back up now? Oh, we definitely have to mark this order block because that was a significant move. Has some confluence with the 200 up there. Made it back to our session VWAP, which is sitting at 668.50. Sandwiched right in between both VWAPs. Jay Waz, please give us some good setups, dear God. I know, there's really not any setups yet since the open. Other than that impulsive move breakout, that was the only one. Well, we actually got two of those. We got this one at 828, and then we got a second one. See how this delta candle is bigger than the prior one? So this one at 837 was also an impulsive move breakout, which was right here. And again, that one definitely would have worked. There's your 80 ticks. There's 125. And then the rest take off on the next tick up. Should be right here. So that would have been a nice winner. We're still in doji land on the 4 hour. Oh, there's a big one down. Jeez. Well, ATR is definitely over 100 now. That is a tick down from the red zone. That's it's an entry, but man, I still find it hard to take those big candles. And ES, what is it doing? Oh yeah, look at that. Top the Browning formation right back to the bottom. Beautiful. This is like textbook here. Took out that low. Well, we've had 3 entries so far. I passed on all 3, and all 3 would have been winners. So maybe I need to stop being so gun shy. Yeah, that giant candle. Let's just see. If I would have entered on the close, there's my 80. There's my 125. Then I would have had one runner left. Maybe break even on that one. Still would have worked. You can start putting in some chop here. 3-minute put down a tick down under a falling delta. It's a short on the 3. However, this delta candle on the 3 is smaller than the prior one, so it's not, doesn't satisfy that impulsive breakout entry criteria. What's up, Ev? You want breakfast? Uh-oh, somebody wants breakfast. All right, I'm gonna make her something real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm back. I'm the fastest breakfast maker ever. All right, here is a lower high. It's in the green zone, but got a lower high. The delta is actually thicker than the prior candle. Could be a, well, it's not official yet. Could be a short. It's getting bought up pretty quick, though. ETR is a 107, so gotta be careful. We are putting in this lower high. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a shot here. I'm short. From 21,609. There's my 80. My next TP is 125. There's 2 off at 80. Come on, bears, keep pushing. There we go. Looking for that 125 here. Move my last two contracts to break even. And I broke even on those two. All right, well, it was a winner. Took two contracts off at 80. I was waiting for the 125, but we never hit it, so. Wait for the next one. Schroden, any thoughts on the 3, 5, 15 that you've been trying? Definitely for me, feels more relevant to inform context supporting the 1 minute trades. For the 1 minute, yeah, I do agree. I think it is helpful if you're trying to focus solely on the 1 minute. I still just like to see a bird's eye view once in a while, which is fine because I could just come up here to the 15 and I could just flip it to the hourly and just see what we're doing on the hourly. Speaking of the hourly, it looks like we did put in a little bit of a delta squeeze there, so kind of makes sense that we're dropping here. So that could be a big move, or a longer sustained move on the smaller time frames. We did take out the London low. Still got this 5-minute order block down here. Brad Handy there, support the 21,585 area. Yeah, it does look like it is so far holding on that level. We also have the daily open sitting right here. Which is at 21,600. Starting to flash another lower high on the signal. This is kind of a higher risk area just because we do have chops setting in down here. And the confirmation line and delta are starting to converge more. So you can expect turbulence in this area. Do you like my turbulence drawing? You know, this delta was negative when we put in this lower high, so you can short that one. I kind of reacted a little too late there. I put in a limit order right after I saw that. Looks like it would have been a good winner already. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order. But yeah, that would have been a good one right there. This lower high right here. There's your 125, so definitely would have hit both targets. And our runner would have been running. Oh, gosh darn it. I missed that one. I missed it because I was too busy playing with my turbulence drawing. And heading down to that order block. So that 585 level is no longer holding. And that's the thing. When it breaks a level, it likes to break them hard like that. Will we find support on this 5-minute block? That's what I'm wondering. Schroden, yeah, that's why I try to point them out, because that's the only way that I can keep my mind sort of in tune and in sync with what's happening. So if I see that those win, the next time I see that, I'm more likely to take it. Yeah, anytime you have a weak delta that's negative like that, and you're putting in a lower high, and that delta is still for the most part heading down. You got the confirmation line heading down. It's usually still a good short. Tell you one thing, it's sure nice to see the market moving. I had about enough of all of that chop the last few days. Well, so far we are bouncing on that order block. Looks like it probably would have been a good trade to long that. There's our tick up from the power zone. There's 80 ticks right there. Right after touching the order block. Definitely getting a bounce on there. With pinpoint accuracy, actually. When I see stuff like that, I still wonder why I don't just enter on those. Sometimes waiting for confirmation actually hurts you, you know? Getting in too late. Back to the daily open. Yeah, Schroden, that's exactly why I struggle with that setup. because at the time the delta is still fairly negative from the drop. But when it's a really strong support level, sometimes it's better to just be more aggressive and jump in there. Alternatively, you could just wait for the next long setup after that. That's your confirmation. We don't have one yet. That's actually probably the safer play, to be honest with you. You know, just wait for another little pullback and then get in on the uptick. So we're about to have a delta cross here. And at that point, I'm going to turn bullish. So see, I turned bearish here. It's only looking for shorts. I left almost all of them on the table, so I feel kind of bad about that. I mean, there were entries there. I just was feeling too gun shy about it. We'll see if we turn bullish here. Yeah, no problem. If we're going to stay bearish, we should see a rejection of this order block here and push back down, maybe even put in a little bit of a double bottom. But so far it's looking like we could actually V-bottom out of here. We did just have our delta cross. Bulls are back in charge. What's ES doing right now? ES is still kind of bearish. It's working on making its way up, though. If this was to turn bullish here on ES, the target would be up here at 6,072. ATR still at 93, still pretty high. Brad Handy, maybe we see 1030 reversal back down to that order block or lower. I kind of doubt it at this point, just because the bulls are back in control. It's always a possibility, though. JWAS, this NQ drop again tested the 200 moving average on the 4-hour chart. I'm going to have to start putting that on my chart. You bring that up quite a bit. It also tested my order block here perfectly. We do have a fair value gap here too. It might want to potentially go down and tag into that. It's at 21,497. But so far, I am looking for longs. Delta's still relatively strong. Trying to grind through that order block there. Here's to see if this tick up would be a winner. Looks like we're about halfway to 80 ticks. Back to that anchored VWAP now. Making our way through that order block. Looks like we would have almost hit 80 ticks here. Looks like it may be a tick away. I'm going to have to start taking those now that my targets are smaller. There we go. That would have hit 80. Next up is 125. Back to VWAP. It is 9:30. We'll see if we get a reversal here. Maybe a little pullback, but I'm still bullish. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a pullback down and then turn back up. Couldn't quite make it to the 125. That one was a little bit of a stretch. Still would have been a winner, though. You don't want any more? Okay, just put it on the counter in the kitchen. Okay? Did you put more milk in there? Are you sure? Okay. Maybe you did? Yeah. Yeah, I know you did. Good morning, Jason. You got snow down where you're at? You were in Texas, weren't you? Somebody from Houston was saying they had snow. I think it's cold for everybody right now. It's cold up here. It's minus 25 this morning. In the low teens. Wow, that's cold. So let's measure this drop we had today. We're down about 210 points. So wouldn't be surprised if we kind of chop sideways after a drop like that. Wouldn't be surprised. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we keep swinging. Yeah, the market's finally moving. Isn't it a surprise? After Thursday, Friday, yesterday, Chop City. Don't know how to get what? I don't know either. Delta's trying to roll over a little here. We'll see if we can keep it above that confirmation line. Okay, John, when you made that comment, the Bulls are back in town, I thought of a new song for you to play on your channel. If it's not, no. What are you trying to do?
Print something out. I don't think.
Here. I mean, it's on standby, so you just have to print here. Hit print. And then you have to choose the printer. And then you have to say what you want to print. This whole thing?
Yeah.
And then you hit print. Wait. Yeah, can you do me a favor and dump that out of the sink? and then rinse it out. Thank you. So K John, that song you were talking about, is that the boys are back in town? Is that song? Except change it to the bulls are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. That song? Oh, that's the Cops song, Jay Waz. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Well, maybe I could play around with that one. See if AI can come up with a new version. All right, we got a tick up from the green zone here. That could be a long. However, this is kind of nasty. We got this nasty, thin, choppy delta. So take it long there, but it's kind of risky. Let's go ahead and mark it out. So that would have been right here. See if we can break out of this chop too. I think I'm going to go ahead and throw a limit order on here. What? Can't you do it?
I don't know.
I just taught you how.
I did, but I don't see the print from the thing.
All right, hold on. Gotta go over here, hit print. Choose your printer, and then hit print.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me see. Did I miss this one? Looks like I did.
I'm surprised that I'm actually doing my work.
Am I surprised?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little. Mm-hmm. All right. Anyways, that was a long entry right there. That's what we were waiting for. A tick up from the green zone after the cross. Delta's starting to turn back up. It's a good sign. Well, I think I would have had that one if I didn't have to help somebody with the printer. Well, it hit 80 ticks. Next stop is 125. Delta still turning up. So at least half would have been off there. And it looks like for the other two, would have lost. Would have been 11 3/4 loss on the other two. So still would have been a winner. That's kind of what I like about this new method. So you could turn those losers into winners. And it looks like the chop continues here. We did put in our first lower high near the power zone, which also you can short that, but I'm going to try to stay away from those today. I want to still try to stay on the side of the confirmation line. Nice stealth. You're playing the 15-second? I'm still thinking about maybe taking a closer look at the 15-second. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, you know, all these moves are fractal. You can do it on basically any time frame. It's just a matter of how quickly do you want to push buttons. Getting another tick up from the green zone here. Or another potential long setup. Of course, it's got to be a giant move up here. See if I could snag the 8. All right, I am long on the 8. At 629. Kind of chopping the 8 here, though, so again, we got our thin, choppy delta. That was another thing I told myself. I'm going to try to stay out of the chop today. So this might have been a bad idea to take a choppy entry. Yeah, it's not looking good so far. Come on, Bulls. Save me. And I'm gone. It's my first full loss of the day. Which put my positive P&L negative. You guys always hear me say this, but that thin spotty delta is dangerous. It's hard to get any movement out of the market when you see that. Do have some gaps a little bit lower here that it might want to come back and fill. We did get a tick down in the red zone on the 3. From a 3-minute perspective, we should be looking for a short. Also from a 5-minute perspective. But this is always kind of a chop zone here when the signal gets back above the delta. So that's that turbulent area. Still looking for longs, though. As long as the delta is above the confirmation line, I'm looking for longs. And again, we got a little broadening formation here that can throw a wrench in things. Here's our power zone tick up. Looks like I'm going to give this another shot. And I got tagged in there at the 50. At 620.50. ATR still relatively high at a 77. Yeah, the 5 minutes got a confirmed higher low signal. Well, one thing's for sure, I would have been doing a lot better today had I actually taken all of these signals instead of trying to pick and choose. It's typically how it goes for me. When I start picking and choosing, I get in trouble. Because I'm good at picking the losers instead of the winners. Yeah, that's the thing that Mark Douglas talks about. If you guys are familiar with him, he says that you can't pick and choose. If you have a defined setup with objective rules, and if you see a setup that meets your rules, you don't know which ones are going to be winners and which ones are going to be losers, so you just have to take them all over the series of trades. And that is how you get the good numbers. All right, we got 80 on the board now. Looking to hit our 125. Yeah, once you start picking and choosing which ones you take and which ones you don't take, and it still meets your rules, all you're going to do is end up skewing the results. Yeah, and if you still don't have good numbers, then that means there's something that's wrong about your strategy. That means you don't really have an edge. Well, here we are trying to push down again. That chop continues in that delta. Are we going to get a tick down here? If we do, I'm going to pull the last two contracts. And I'm out. I pulled it at 21,610, which is right here. So those last two contracts was minus 1050. So two contracts, 10.5. So that brings this to minus 6, and this to minus 23. So right there, I guess the new take profit strategy saved me. It was still a profitable trade. And with that, I think it's time for a refill. I'll be right back. Looks like we are starting to put in a higher low now. Again, that delta's chopping. So any signals you take in this chop is just going to be kind of risky. I don't even know if I should. I know we were talking about not picking and choosing which trades you take. However, you can pick and choose whether to trade, period, in a choppy delta, and I'm going to choose not to right now. This chop has just been going on too long. Here's the 80 ticks we got on that last one. Another 10-point winner on the 15, huh? I'm going to have to start looking at that 15. That actually sounds kind of fun. A little bit more my pace. I don't mind trading fast. Actually, I prefer to trade fast. You know, it's like when I back test, I go through these candles so fast. I don't wait around and analyze things, and and I always have better numbers back testing than I do live. And when I say back test, I mean like in replay mode, going candle by candle by candle. My numbers are always better when I do that. So I think the faster pace actually helps me. So that would be interesting to see if that holds true on the 15 second. I think when things get drawn out too long and you're waiting around for an entry, you start seeing all kinds of things that aren't really there. And it kind of messes with my mind a little bit. You start to convince yourself that there's all these other things going on in the charts. And more so, I think that's just because of boredom. My mind needs something to do. Well, let's see if this higher low would have played out in the chop. Looks like it. Yep, there's your 80 right there. Closed in on the 125, and we would have just hit it. Well, gosh darn it, looks like I should have taken that trade. Oh, man. Well, are we done chopping finally? Because that's annoying. Let's take another look at ES. Yeah, I went through a little chop phase too. Still more bullish. BTC having a pump. Hopefully that's pushing my Trump coin up. Let's see what that looks like on the 15. Yes, sirree. Looks like I'm up about 4.5%. Not a lot, but this could really go here. See what my Aave is up to. Still looking pretty good. I think Stealth was entering on Delta confirmation line crosses. Wasn't he? Aren't you, Stealth? Or was that someone else? Sometimes I get you guys confused. I just went long on this this tick up bull flag breakout entry on the 8th. Typically don't have the best of luck with this particular setup, but we got a nice rising delta. This delta candle was bigger than the last. That is not only is it a bull flag breakout, but it's an impulsive breakout entry according to the playbook. So I figured I'll give it a shot. And we're starting to put in a lower high. Delta's really thin again. So if it closes this way, I'm going to pull it. I just never have very good luck with these particular setups here. Maybe I should stop doing that one. And I'm out. So minus 3 1/4 on that one. So that's 4 contracts, 3.75. Let's mix this 8, and that makes this, oops, not that one. Makes this one 10. And this ends up being minus 38. There we go. Yeah, on the 15-second, I would imagine you're going to have more opportunity. It should just be a lot more setups. So if you take the best setups, and there's more of them, all of those should add up. Here's the 15. See, doesn't this look a heck of a lot smoother than what we've been seeing on the 1 minute? Heck of a lot smoother. Here's the 1. See all this chop in here. Here's the 5. Look at all that nasty chop. I used to trade the 5 a long time ago. And then once I moved to the 1, I realized how much more opportunity there is. And I stopped trading the 5. Maybe the same thing will happen when I look at the 15-second. Look at that. It's just, whew, it's way smoother. Well, I don't know whether to try that or not right now. I kind of want to finish this whole week trading the 1 minute just so I can see what all my numbers look like. But I am very intrigued by the 15-second. You know, maybe I should just add that to a panel. Maybe just throw the, I don't know. Could put the 1 over here, then the 3, then the 5, and use this, change my entry time frame to the 15. Or just keep the 1 over here, and then change like this one to the 15. There's the 15. Nah, I don't know. I'll move back to the 3. What's going on, Ev? What? Two things? You have to tell me two things? Okay. I guess she's got to tell me something. I'll be right back. Okay. So, Stealth, you got wrecked trading the confirmation crosses? I figured that would happen eventually, especially when when it starts chopping. Um, yeah, that's if the price is really swinging nicely, then I can see how that would work really well. But if you're chopping sideways, you're kind of asking for trouble on that. Yeah, when it's chopping, the best entries should be in the power zones. Well, we are putting in a little bit of a delta squeeze here, but there's a problem with it. And that is we still have a positive slope on the delta, even though it's negative. So it's not ideal. Ideally, you want it to be pointed down. Yeah, a lot of times when you have a negative delta, if it's pointed up, a lot of times that's a leading indicator that the price is eventually going to move up. I don't know why, but that's usually what it means. Unless you got some thickness to it. You know, usually when you see that, it's pretty thin. I think we saw that yesterday a little bit. Where was that? Like here. So you have a rising negative delta, and price eventually moves up. Anyway, you get the idea. You really want to go out in the cold? I don't think my dog realizes how cold it is outside. But I guess I'll let her find out. Delta's starting to round over a little bit now. But we do have the signal in the lower power zone. And our confirmation line is still pointed up. So I'm still looking for longs. We did get a power zone tick up here. I did not take it. I was actually in the middle of writing a text. All right, I just went long here. Since that was a long setup before, got a little bit of a discount. I'm in at 633.25. Come on, Bulls, give us a winner. Really getting sick of these nasty, choppy days, though. I'll tell you that. Hopefully this afternoon will be a little better. Or hopefully it just gets better right now. So sick of this chop. Come on, just give us a decent move. If it keeps doing this, I'm going to probably move to the 15 seconds sooner than later. Good question, Thomas. Why tried to trade the chop? Well, when I stop trading, this is what happens to me. There's a big, this is where I stopped. Nice winner. That's why. That always makes me jump back in. I wouldn't advise it. Don't do what I'm doing. But that's typically what happens to me. But you know, it's actually, it's not too bad if you follow the signals. So I shouldn't say it's as bad. Or I shouldn't say it's that bad. It's like, you know, this was a signal here. That was a winning trade. This is a signal here. I didn't take it. That was a full winning trade. This one was like a partial. This is full. This one here is still playing out well. So even though I don't like the chop, it's more so because it's just more sitting around waiting. Things take too long to play out. But if you stick to the actual signals that are in the playbook, it should still be profitable in most cases. I just don't like the time it takes for it to put in a move. It's boring. I get impatient. It's all good, Thomas. No worries. Very grindy. And here we are again. Ay, 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 this candle's big. And I'm out. $12.5 on that one. Just as I got done saying that the chop usually isn't so bad, it gives me a bad one. $12.5. 4 contracts. 12.5. That brings this to 14 and this to minus 88. Let's see what that would have looked like on the 15. On the 15, we put in a lower high. Delta just crossed the confirmation line right there. Got a tick above the delta. which is kind of bullish. And then just boom, it slams down out of nowhere. Even on the 15, that'd be kind of tough. However, my loss would have been smaller. Actually, it probably would have been in the profit if I exited on that tick down. Stealth, you're in love with the 15? I do like it. I do like it. I think I do. I gotta actually trade it for a while and see how much I like it. Looking heavy across Mag 7. What's Mag 7? Oh, Magnificent 7 stocks. Well, all of this is just junk. ETR sitting at about a 50 now. We do have a short on the 5 at 10:30. Or wait, is this the 5? Yeah, that's the 5. At 10:35. We have the short signal there. We got a lower high on the 3 at 10:36. The 1 still doesn't fully align with that, but if we can get this delta under the confirmation line, we'll start taking a closer look at shorts. From a dollar perspective, still not too bad today. I'm only down 122 bucks. We'll see if we can fix that. We did just put in a higher low from this lower power zone. Delta still above the confirmation line. That is a long. But when we're chopping like this, it's kind of, everything's a little dicey. Everything's dicier when you're chopping. I did not take it. I'll map it out and we'll watch it be a winner because I didn't take it. There was the entry. We'll see how it goes. Looking like an EKG chart, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't flatline. You got Caden's AirPods in? You want to say hi? No? You too shy? Well, maybe it's a good thing I did not take this. It's not looking all that great. You know what? If we go back to this broadening formation, once we took out this high right there, you can expect to come back down, take out this low, as long as the broadening formation is going to continue to play out. So far, we're more than halfway there, so I would not be surprised if we take that low. I can't. What? No. Okay, go shut the door. No, it's not. I can't. I'm busy. I am busy. Trading is a little bit more difficult with the kids home, that's for sure. It's called advanced trading. There's our second higher low from that lower power zone. Went ahead and took that. Two's usually better than one. Pulled the trigger a little too late on it though, so I'm in at 621.25. Reason why I took it is because Delta is still above the confirmation line, and that's two higher lows near a power zone. That's usually pretty good. Closing in on 80 ticks here. Fell short by a tick. My dog finally wants inside. Let me go let her in quick. All right, there we go. We got 80 on the board now. So took 2 contracts off there. That makes this 6. And next stop, 125. Go ahead and move my other 2 contracts to break even. There we go. We finally got a 125 on the table. Got 1 contract left. That definitely put me back in the green. You're trying to get in on a limit on that one? Yeah, that's the risk with doing the limit orders, is that you'll miss certain entries. You know, it's usually better to just go ahead and take the close of the candle as long as it's by the 8 SMA. If it's far away from the 8 SMA, I don't like to take those, but as long as it's relatively close to it, then it's usually better just to take the candle close. Then you can ensure you don't miss any of those. Sometimes you pay the price by trying to get a discount. Going to exit on the first tick down from this power zone. So we're going to get that here. No tick down yet. And we got the tick down. My exit ended up being 666.50. Looks like that was 45.25. So that brings this to 9 contracts and this to 72.25. Well, that one went according to plan perfectly. I did get in a little late on that one, though. Could have been a little better had I timed the candle close better. But that's the way I want to see these play out. I want to see it hit the 80, hit the 125, and then leave a runner for the cumulative delta. I think it's a, as long as the price is moving, I still think that's going to be a good strategy. It's all of this chop, though, that can really kind of screw you up if you're not taking the signals on the right side. Well, even if you're on the right side, you can still get chopped up. So they are more aggressive, but usually it eventually will break out of that chop at some point. So that's kind of why I still try to keep taking those. But there are some days where it just doesn't break out of the chop, and then you can get in trouble. CRW, what's the strategy? Well, it's all laid out in the playbook. There's a link at the top of the screen for my playbook. That playbook is filled with a bunch of entry setups, exit setups. It all uses the cumulative delta indicator. Schroden, the hardest part of missing a trade is that it makes me more impatient for the next trade. I have to be aware of that and force myself to be mindful and intentional. Yes, that is true. You know, one way to kind of help with that is just to try to convince yourself how many opportunities there are throughout a day. Like, if you go to the end of the day and you see how many trades I put on, I think I probably put on a lot more trades than most people. But there's just so much opportunity there. And so if you miss one, it's really not that big of a deal if you tell yourself that there will be more. And if not today, tomorrow. You know, it's still kind of hard to wrestle with that when you see the price running away from you. Yeah, FOMO is one of the hardest emotions, but I definitely do much better with that these days than I have in the past. I still get FOMO, but not to the level that I used to. Looks like we made it all the way up to the previous week high. We did take out this broad information target, made ourselves a new target. So now the question is, are we going to come back down and revisit this lower target? Or are we just going to continue moving up from here? We did tap it in this fair value gap back here, right there. And we did tick down under this delta. So I could see it fall apart here a little bit, start to pull back. Tried snagging a limit order off the 8, but I think I was too late. It already hit the 8. If I hit the trigger 1 second earlier, I would have been in right there for short. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that since it already hit the 8, so I'm not interested. You know, the 3 is actually bullish now. We got that delta above the confirmation line. But we are ticking down from the upper power zone, so it's kind of it's at a teetering point there. 5-minute is also in that upper power zone. The 1 is trying to gain back a little steam with the bulls. Out of paper? Is there any more down there?
Oh, it's not paper.
Is it a paper jam? One second, guys.
Remove the 7%.
Yeah, jam inside. Open front. Cover. Oh, there's a label in here. Put that label in there. Where's the... Yeah. Here you go, Cade. Kids these days, they don't know how to clear a paper jam out of a printer. They're not used to paper. They're used to digital things.
Need a stapler.
You need a stapler? For what? For what? What are you going to staple? I don't know if we... Oh, right here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Where are we at? Kind of funny how all of these candles are just riding that yellow line almost perfectly. What are we doing in crypto land? Ave still looking good. Looks like my Trump is flat. Bitcoin pulled back a little bit. Starting to see some exhaustion in that delta, that upper power zone. We could start to round down here if we can't get above that trend line. Delta's staying relatively flat though. It's not really rounding over yet, so I don't see a short setup yet. Delta is rolling over more now. Still didn't have a clear short setup though. And as you guys probably noticed, we have another little broadening formation here. You know, the market loves those. And we got the delta crossing under the confirmation line. We are ticking up from the green zone. If it was in the power zone, I would probably take that long, but because it's not quite in the power zone, I'm going to skip it. Holy formula, Gus. That is quite the formula. Well, I did not take that one. I skipped it, but it's looking like maybe this one was a good one. Would have been in right there. We'll simulate this one. Yep, it's all about the math. JWaz, I'll stick with red and green C delta myself. It does simplify things, doesn't it? Yeah. I think my my complicated formula days are over. Well, we are closing in on the first target. Looks like we would have hit that there. Second target coming up. Well, it's looking more and more like I should have taken that setup. But I did pass on it. It's still good to see whether or not it would have been a winner. What? You want a pickle? Go ask your brother. Go ask your brother. Go ask your brother. I'm busy. We would have hit our second target there and would have left a runner on. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, so we would have had a runner on, and I would have exited on this. Well, we got a tick down from the upper power zone, but we got a growing delta. So I might have actually hung on to this runner, or just put my stop here and started trailing after that tick down. So it would have been another 34.75 points at least. See where the 8:30 open was. So it goes right here. We're closing in on that. The delta is very nice, strong, and consistent right here. So if anybody is long there, you could hold on to that until you get a close below. Or if you wanted to be more conservative, you just exit on that first tick down in the power zone. Yes, Gus, it is all about probabilities and outcomes. Gus says, if you cannot define your edge, then how do you track it when the environment changes and edge declines? Well, that's why I track it. I don't need any complicated formulas to necessarily do that, though. Starting to flash our first lower high on the signal. It's not confirmed, but it is flashing. Looks like we're going to try to tap that New York Open. And we just tapped the open. Delta still looking strong. Well, we got our first Delta cross and power zone at 1136. Sometimes that is a good short. But as long as that delta is relatively thick, I try not to trade against that. Would not be surprised, though, if we get a rejection here off the open. Starting to flash a little bit of a tick down under the delta. It's not confirmed. Looks like we pulled back up there. Hmm. Now we're starting to put in a little bit of a lower high signal. Still not confirmed. It pulled up out of it. And the bulls are pushing. Mike, can you please explain Cumulative Delta and how you use it to trade? Well, kind of hard to just explain it briefly. I wrote a whole book on it, which is linked at the top of the screen. So you can go to that link, download the playbook. That will explain all of the entry setups, all of the exit setups. But if you're looking for just a general overview, I primarily use the Cumulative Delta made by the Zeiierman group. And we have these delta candles here. That's these white looking candles. When it's white, that means you have more aggressive buyers than sellers. I have it configured to be orange when it's negative. So when it's negative, you have more aggressive sellers than buyers. And the thickness of the delta candle gives you more of an idea of the momentum behind those aggressive buyers and sellers. So the thicker it is, the more aggressive the move is. So like if you look back earlier today, you see how those delta candles were thickening up, and they just got thicker and thicker and thicker, and we started to really kind of push down there. So you could think of the thickness of those delta candles as like the flow of the current in the stream, and you want to trade in that direction, generally speaking. And so you have the delta candles, which shows you aggressive buyers versus aggressive sellers. You have a confirmation line, which is a moving average of all of those aggressive buyers and sellers. So you can see earlier how we were pointed up there. So I was more long biased. So I was looking to enter on long setups because I saw that the buyers were, generally speaking, overpowering the sellers. So that gives you an edge right there. And then the signal line, that follows price more closely. And so I use that to time my entries. So as you can see, this last trade right here, we ended up putting in a higher low on the signal near this lower power zone. So I went long there, and that ended up being a good winner. It'll print a green triangle if it's a higher low on the signal. It'll print a red triangle if it's a lower high on the signal. So I use the signal to time my entries, and I use the delta candles and the confirmation line to basically give me a bias of what side I need to be trading on. So in a nutshell, that's how it works. I have lots of videos on it, Mike. I stream every day live, so you'll find the most commentary on all of that, but obviously it's the live streams can be rather long, so I just recommend joining the streams. Subscribe. So yeah, any new people here, if you could like and subscribe, I would appreciate it. Still fairly new to this streaming thing. I've only been streaming since November. So I don't even know how many subscribers we have now. What are we at? Let's see here. 409. So not too many. Are you from Minnesota by chance? Yes, I am. That photo over your right shoulder is giving me Minnesota vibes. Just can't place what building it is. That is Fitgers in Duluth. I took that picture. I was a professional photographer for years, and so I have a lot of pictures I've taken over the years. That was from a wedding that I shot at Fitgers. Fitgers is like an old, it's a hotel now. I'm not sure what it used to be. There's like a big smokestack right there. I don't know. Is that showing up on the stream? Not really. Let me see if I can point that up. See, there's like a big smokestack on there. And yeah, I'm not sure what it actually used to be, but that's Lake Superior in the background. That's a here, let me move my camera. Does this help? There's a big like ship out there with its lights on, kind of during the twilight hours. Kind of a cool photo. You were there with your family last year for Bentleyville. Oh yeah, Bentleyville. I've actually never been to Bentleyville, but I know a lot of people go up there for that. I'm down in Stillwater, Minnesota. But I've been to Lake Superior many times. Thanks, just sub. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Do you trade based off of that? Or are you looking at key levels? Primarily I trade off of the Cumulative Delta. I have key levels on my screen, more so because I get bored and I just like to draw things and confuse myself even more. But if you remove everything from your screen and just keep it simple and just focus on the cumulative delta, that is what I would recommend. Key levels can actually kind of just, it's just more information that you don't really need. I know a lot of people think you do, but you don't. For example, like here's VWAP right here. We ended up slicing right through VWAP. I mean, it does help to know, like, and I'm always pointing out key levels. Like here's the daily open. That's a key level at 21,601. We did have a little bit of a bounce off of that. There was a winner in there. I didn't take it because of what the delta was doing. And we sold off more, sold off lower, came down, hit this order block right here with pinpoint accuracy. There was a long setup out of there, but again, I didn't take that one either. So see, I get a little gun shy still, but there's setups and opportunity everywhere. But yeah, primarily speaking, I use the cumulative delta. If I could just have one single indicator, that is the only one that I would have on my chart. Do you like Rokinon or Samyang lenses? I've never heard of those. Oh, you're in Rosemount. It's not too far. Yeah, I've never heard of those lenses. I don't shoot as much as I used to. I was, well, I went to school for software engineering, and I was a software engineer from like 2001 until 2007. I quit that job to shoot full time, and then I did weddings and portraits from 2007 to well, I still do the occasional wedding and do the occasional portrait, but like when I was doing it full time, it was like 2007 to 2010. And during that time, I developed some software to run my photography business, and then I started selling that. And then that became my primary source of income from that time period up until COVID. And then COVID kind of threw a wrench into things. Industry kind of fell apart from the portion of the industry that I was in. But we had a good run. I started, Redcart was the name. I started it in 2007 while I was doing photography. But then I transitioned to full-time business owner for the software side of the business, and still doing a lot of software development from that point until like 2021, somewhere in there, 2022. And then closed down the business, and now I'm just doing some trading, doing some other side projects. I know you weren't asking for a overall life story, but there you have it in a nutshell. Well, there are just no pullbacks in this move here. We're just climbing straight up. See how the delta is like right up against the ceiling, and how the slope isn't changing. It's staying flat. When it's doing that, it can do that for a long time. That is in the playbook. When it's doing that, we call that a sustained uptrend. And so you don't want to trade against that. So as long as the delta stays relatively flat inside this upper power zone, if we get the signal to pull down and tick up, I'll go long. But so far, we are just grinding up here. Are you interested in getting back into development by chance? Well, I mean, I do that with my TommyBot software. So, you know, this channel is TommyBots Trading. So if you go to TommyBots.com, I am the main software developer for that whole platform. So I still do that, but I do it for myself. I don't do it for other businesses at them. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have other little side projects that I'm still doing for other people. They are like budget-friendly lenses. They're close to the same quality of Canon and Sony, but cheaper in price. Interesting. It's good for new or budget photographers. I have not heard of those, but I'll check them out. I'm going to write that down. ROKIN. ON. And Sam Yang. Thanks for that. I'll check it out. Yeah, you know, I really don't pay too much attention to the photography space as much as I used to. I'm kind of a dinosaur when it comes to that now. I still shoot with a Canon 5D Mark II, which is, here, I'll show it to you. Here's my 5D Mark II. A lot of people would consider this to be an old dinosaur, but it was a good camera back in the day. I just don't, you know, and I got so much already invested in lenses and everything. I don't see much of a need to upgrade, to be honest. Although it would be really nice to get some new gear. I've been thinking about maybe switching to Sony. But as long as my stuff still works for me, I'll keep shooting it. And like I said, I don't really have I don't have a good business reason to do it anymore because I'm not really shooting weddings like I used to. JWAS, they're just lenses at lower cost. There is quality sacrifice, depending on your budget. I could see that. Gus the Trader, how do they quantify the aggressive sellers on bar thickness? Well, I can't really peek under the hood because I don't have access to that code, so I can't tell you exactly. It's a little bit of a black box. A little bit of black magic going on in there. But Zeiierman is the developer of that, so he might be able to share some info. But all the info I have is laid out in the playbook. It is volume based. So I'm guessing the more volume, the more people are hitting the bid. Hitting the bid. Is that buying or selling? Hitting the bid. I always get confused when people say that. If you're hitting the bid, you are selling, correct? Is that right? I don't know. All I know is you got aggressive sellers, aggressive buyers. Thickness tells you about how much, and I go off of that. Yes, hitting the bid, taking offers, selling, taking offers, sell, ask. Buy, bid, sell, ask. I don't know why I still get confused on that. What a move the Bulls are putting in here. Look at, not even a pullback. It's just straight up. Do you see how it's just hugging this 8 SMA? It's just hugging that the whole time. Not even a pullback to the 20. Mike, what is the big green shaded area in the cumulative delta and the red area? Are you talking about the lower half and the upper half? Or are you talking about the cloud? Well, that is something that I drew in on my own. Well, here, I will, this is all in the playbook too, by the way. So when you go through the playbook and you go through the setup of that indicator, it shows you how to set it up the way that I trade it. And so if you can see, I have some rectangles drawn in here. So if I turn these off, you'll see those go away. So that's actually not part of the indicator. That's just what I add to the chart to make it easier for me to see whether or not the signal is in what I call a power zone. But generally speaking, you want to go long from the green zone and you want to go short from the red zone. So you don't want to do it all the time everywhere. It depends on what the delta is doing. It depends on what the confirmation line is doing. But generally speaking, you want to go long down here. You know, it's like this one right here. That's a long. That's this big move up here. And the reason why it's a long is because all of this is still pointed up, right? You got the confirmation line pointed up. Delta overall is pointed up. Over here is the opposite. So you had your confirmation or your delta, it went under the confirmation line right there. So now you're looking for shorts. So ideally what I wanted to see back here, which I did not get, by the way, but I wanted to see the signal come down, pull up here into the red zone and tick down. It didn't quite get there. It was in the green zone and it ticked down right here, which is still a short. And you could see like it still played out, but you had all of this chop that happened right after. And but as you could see, the delta continued falling. So you want to be on that side of the current. There's multiple different ways that you can enter in there. You know, either on the signal, you can use moving averages. I like to use the 8 SMA a lot of times for entries. Like in this case, you see how we've been hugging the 8 this whole time. So, you know, if you really wanted to jump in on this moving train, you could have entered here, until it, you know, it works until it doesn't, right? So like if you try doing that way up here, the further it goes, the more riskier it gets. So you want to do it early in the move, not late in the move. So, but again, the upper and lower half, the green zone, the red zone, the power zones, like all of that is not actually part of the indicator. That's what I put together. That's all laid out in the playbook. It's something I'm trying to get Zeiierman to actually add to the indicator so that you don't actually have to draw those in manually. All right, thanks, Ev. So there's a little bit of setup that you got to do, but it helps, I think, psychologically to kind of keep your brain on the right side of where you should be looking for longs, where you should be looking for shorts. Not everybody draws them in, but I personally think it helps. Well, we did take out high a day. And we have a potential squeeze developing here. So that's when we have the delta candles. See how they're getting really thin and they're spotty right now. So the buyers are pretty much gone. So you can see that. And so at this stage, I'm looking more for a short setup, which we're getting right now. I just took a short right there. $730.81 is where I'm in on average. So that'll be 75. This setup right here is called a delta squeeze. That is in the playbook. It's usually a pretty good setup. When you're in a strong sustained trend, though, a lot of times it can fail. So there's a chance it'll fail here, and then we'll get a tick up, putting in a higher low on the signal, which could be a long, but it looks like things are getting kind of exhausted here, so I'd still be kind of waiting for a short. Gus, have you got into Python coding yet? No, I can't say that I have. I haven't done a lot of Python coding. When I was in the corporate world, I was more of a Java enterprise Java developer. And then when I left corporate and went off on my own, I became more of like a PHP MySQL developer. And so I've been on more of that side of things. Very bullish on the 3, very bullish on the 5. I'm going to go ahead and switch that 5-minute to bullish. And bullish on the 15. So on the 1, we are trying to go against the current, but we can see that we're squeezing here. So if there is going to be a down move, this is where it's going to be usually. The bulls are fighting back. I'm not interested in taking this long. It might work if this fails here. Looks like this probably is going to be a loser. And I just pulled the plug. That ended up being 747.50 where I got out. So minus 1675. Let's see here. 1675. So this moves to minus 18, and this moves to minus 155. And with that loss, I'm negative again for the day. I do think we're close of it. It just put in another lower high here. So it does feel like it wants to come down here. I might give this another shot. 2 is usually better than 1. Bulls are still fighting pretty hard. Well, you know, if we look at the higher time frames, we are kind of going against the 3, like I said. We're going against the 5. I mean, those are pretty strong. Such a weird march up that we had here. Like, no pullbacks. We got a thin, spotty delta. So that's another thing that's really nice about this indicator is it allows you to spot and mark the chop better than I think any other indicator. And so the playbook says when you see this, it's generally a good time to walk away, because if this extends this way and continues to remain flat with neither the bulls or the bears being in charge, then you can get chopped up really easily. You want to see these nice, consistent moves in the delta. You don't want to see this thin, spotty stuff. That's where you start to lose money. Hey, Gus, download the playbook and click the link in the playbook. That'll bring you right to Zeiierman. Gus says you are in a positive gamma zone and option market makers have to add delta by adding futures to delta neutral book. Okay. I don't understand a lot of that, but if you say so. Well, this is quite the move straight up. I typically don't like these types of moves because it doesn't really give me an opportunity to get in. That's the downside with this type of a move. The only way in is either using the 8 or using the 20. Well, or the signal. You can take a signal take up from the red zone too. I prefer moves with some decent pullbacks in them. We are getting a tick down up there. I'm gonna try shorten that. I am short. $21,766. Reason why I am shorting that is because Delta already crossed underneath the confirmation line right there, and usually after that, the first tick down from the power zone is pretty good. All right, now we're back under the 8, so I move my stop to break even. Risk off. Ha. Funny, Jason. I just saw your comment. Stop at break even now? Yep. I'm gonna go grab one last refill. I'll be right back. So far, so good on that one. We got the delta back under the confirmation line, and looks like it might be at the beginning of pointing down here. Price went back and retested the 8. We'll see if we push down again. Delta is negative. Barely, but it is negative. Still under that confirmation line, so I am more short biased here. And closer to our first target. There we go. Just took 2 contracts off. Waiting for our next target. Got my stop above the swing high. This one, that's what I'm referring to. My target is actually 734.75. Trump coin's doing better. Looks like Bitcoin's doing better too. Oh yeah. Looks like she's up about 8.3% right now. Or I should say he is up. I did not set up a bot for Melania coin. I have it here just so I could see it, but it's funny because as soon as they launched that one, it just tanked. Look at that. Ugh. Just tanked. Feel sorry for whoever got in on that one. Ave's doing better, 23% now. I suppose I need to move that up here. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump into Melania just yet. After there's more data in the charts, I might start setting up a bot for that one. Anyway. The data is stay away. Come on, NQ. Let's not bounce yet. Let's go down a little further. There you go. Push her back down. And our ATR is That's why I'm not hitting any of these 125s today, because our ATR is still so low. It's only a 32. And this move up was nice, but it was, look at, it was just a grind up there. Not ideal. I can't wait until the market starts putting in normal moves again. All right, if we Delta's turning positive right now, so if we tick up here, I'm going to pull it. For a smaller profit. A winner is a winner. If we tick up. Still trying to push down. Hopefully the bears can step in and just slam it down really quick. Come on, bears. There you go. Keep slamming it. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Let's go hit that target. It's just taking its sweet old time. Got a thin, spotty delta again. So there's not a whole lot of conviction to this down move here. So I'll be exiting fully once we get the tick up. And I'm out. So on that one, I end up getting 758.25, which is, what is that? 7 3/4 points on those last two contracts. So 2 contracts, 7.75. That will bring this to 11 and this to 87.75. There we go. Still short biased, so I'm still looking for shorts. Now watch it drop on me. Trump coin got another little boost. Oh yeah, BTC is pumping. Let's see how my little Trump coin is doing. 13%. Can't complain about that. Let's see if we can make, back to the hourly here. We can make another run up back to the top here. It'll be 73%. That'll be kind of nice. JWaz, here's another good example of my bot keeping me in the trade. You see all this nasty mess right here? This little chop consolidation? Well, it kept me in the trade, never sold me out because the delta stayed above the confirmation line the whole time. These confirmation lines pointed up. It stayed above the whole time, so it'll keep me in until it goes below that. Okay. Still looking for a short here. We're in short territory now. We had our delta cross. We got our signal pulling back in the red zone. The delta is still very weak. That's what we want to do, take advantage of a weak delta. So all we need is a tick down near this upper power zone here, and it's game on. We're also flashing a delta squeeze on the 3. It's not confirmed. Oh, is it going to run early without me? Don't put in a big candle, please. Don't do it. I'm going to enter anyway. I'm in. I'm short. I'm in at 747.25. Taking advantage of a weak delta. It's kind of like trying to take advantage of a weak prey, like an injured animal. If you're the lion, right? I have. What do you need? You want to sharpen that? Go ask your brother. Or your sister. Yeah? Well, I can't. I'm in a trade.
It's just fast.
Well, where's the sharpener?
I know it is just.
Okay, hey, you can't do that. Stop it, please.
Dad, come on. Please.
Come on, Bears. Step it up. We're ticking up from the green zone, so I'm going to have to pull it. Unless we can get that signal back down. All right, I'm out. Small loss. 250. If it sets up again, I can always jump back in. So 250. So that's minus 22, and then minus 165. There we go. Mel, how many contracts do you take per trade? It depends. On most days, I'm usually between, it depends on the setup usually. Most days I'm between like 3 to 6 contracts. However, this week I'm doing an experiment, and so I'm everything today is 4 contracts. Well, that little tick up just had to get me out of that trade early, it looks like. We did put in a lower high on the signal, but I don't like taking those down there. I would have much rather stayed in up here. Have you always traded MNQ? Define always. I've traded MNQ for the last year or so. I trade both personal and props. I'm trying to, well, started more personal. I'm trying to get more into the prop side. All right. Starting to put in our first tick up from the lower power zone. That original trade still didn't quite hit that 125 ticks. I thought it might, but it's like no. First tick up from that lower power zone could be a good long. However, Delta's still under the confirmation line, so if you want to stay aligned with that, you should only be looking for shorts. Let me see if I could snag along off the 8. It does go against the confirmation line, but we've been pretty bullish on this run up here. And it is the first tick up from a lower power zone, so I got to try it. All right, just got tagged in there. I'm in at 745.50. Gus, on your stops and target, is there adjustment to current volatility or just fixed? At the moment, it's just fixed. However, I have been experimenting a little bit lately with trying to adjust it with the ATR number you see above me, that green number right there. I've done some experiments using 12 times ATR, 8 times ATR. Some of those work pretty good for a take profit. But I'm trying to do an experiment this week scaling out, because usually, well, thus far in my trading journey, I've been more of a all-in, all-out kind of guy, but I'm trying to move to more like scaling out. So that's what I'm playing around with this week. I'm going to see how I do numbers-wise and make some adjustments after that, potentially. Patrick, are you selling NQ? I'm currently long on NQ. It has negative divergence on Delta. The Delta is negative. So like I said, I am more bearish here, but I'm more of an aggressive trader. So I still take, like this particular setup, it's the first long from the power zone since this big move up. So a lot of times this could be a good long trade as well. But if I get a short setup, I'm going to end up flipping. So I'll exit the long and flip into a short if I don't reach my target before that. So if we get any sort of tick down here, I am pulling my trade. And again, reason being is that the delta is under the confirmation line, so technically the bears are in control here. Starting to flash a tick down near that midline. It's barely in the red zone, but it is in the red zone. So hopefully the bulls can step in and push her back up. How do you set your targets? Do you mean conceptually or technically? Like, how do I set it in my trading interface? I'm using Quantower, by the way, if you didn't know that. So I set them all in Quantower. Let me go ahead and move my stops to break even now. As a trade target, to be honest, mostly just from experience. I found in backtesting that 80 ticks tends to work pretty well. So that's my first target. And 125 ticks usually works pretty well too. So that's my second target. And then I'm leaving a runner at the end for an exit on the indicator. So if it really wants to run, I'm not going to stop it. If it gives me a sell signal before it hits my take profit targets, then I'll just exit the whole trade completely at that point. Usually for a small win. Gus, I'm a big proponent of scale out 70-30 and found 2/3 ATR is typically the sweet spot. First trade is 1 risk reward. Second TP is a risk reward of 3 with a 3 ATR trail. Yeah, you know, I kind of want to get to more of using the ATR to set more of a dynamic target. But the cumulative delta is usually not a bad way to exit with the dynamic target. That's typically what I'm used to. Typically don't take partials. All right, we're getting a tick down from this upper power zone, so I want to be careful here. If that actually ticks down here, probably going to exit the trade and potentially even flip. Well, we never got the tick down, so I'm still in. Stop still at break even. Hopefully the bulls can step it up here and get back above that delta. You know, instead of exiting here, I'm just going to move my stops under that low. Up. It got me. What I was saying is instead of exiting on this tick down, I moved my stop up under this wick right here. So I got out at 550. So small win. Let's see here. So that's 4 contracts at 5.5 points each. That brings me to, this is going to be 15 contracts, and this is going to be 109.75. Patrick, you should look at incorporating footprint as trade target area with low volume areas. They tend to get retested. And that's why I'm selling MNQ back down to 21,400. Well, I might join you here pretty soon because I do have a short setup. If we put in this lower high on the signal here, I'm going to go short. Can we put in a tick down here? Got about 9 seconds. Delta starting to turn negative. We are starting to print a lower high. It's not official. Still couldn't do it. The bull stepped up at the last second. That's why I wait for the candle close. And I got to go to the bathroom, but I feel like there's a trade coming up here. So I'm going to give myself 60 seconds. I'll be quick. I'll be right back. That's, that's exactly 60 seconds. Still looking for a short here. We got the signal in the upper power zone now. So as long as that delta stays weak, as long as it stays under the confirmation line, if we get a tick down here, I'm going to go short. It's getting to be a little borderline though. We got the delta starting to flirt with that confirmation line. I would prefer if it was weaker. All right, we're getting that tick down from the power zone now. And I am short. Short from 756.75. Yeah, Gus, no problem. Thanks for sharing that info too. Bulls are still trying to step it up here. Can they do it? Got to keep that signal pointed down for me to stay in this trade. If we close with that signal up, I got to pull it. And I'm out. Small loss. Out at 759.50. That is a 2.75 point loss on that one. So 4 contracts, 2.75. That brings me to 26 and minus 176. There we go. And now it's coming back in, isn't it? Gosh darn it. It looks like I got to go short again here. So I'm short again. Still trying to hammer this short home. And at 21,750, 150 this time. But you know, at least I'm keeping my losers small, so that's the name of the game here. See, we still have that weak delta. It's under the confirmation line. We got a tick down under the weak delta. So it should play out. If it doesn't, I will be very surprised. We're also starting to put in a little delta squeeze on the 5. Come on, Bears, push her down there. There you go. Making our way towards the first target. First target hit. Looking for our second target. So 2 contracts came off. We're at 10 up there now. Looking to take a third off at our second target. It's looking pretty good so far. Delta is really rounding down, getting a little momentum in that delta. So hopefully we hit the second target and leave a runner on the table. JWAS says this 1 minute tick down was in line with the lower high tick down on the 5. Nice. Yeah, it's that little delta squeeze up there. All right, we are putting in a tick up from this lower power zone, so the conservative exit is to just pull it here. Or trail the stop. I think I'm going to trail it myself. All right, I got a trail on there. It's really tight. Keep pushing down there, bears. There you go. Let's hit our second target. Second target hit. That's another contract for 125 ticks. Now we got 1 runner left on the table. Got the delta falling pretty aggressively now, so for that reason, I got my stops above this little swing high. Before an exit on this last one, I'm going to wait for hopefully a delta cross. That way, if she really wants to get moving, I'm not going to get in the way. Delta cross or the first higher low, and that lower power zone is also a good exit. Starting to flash a higher low now. Got the delta tapering down a little bit too. So unless the bears can push her back down, I'm going to end up pulling the plug here. And I'm out. That one, 725.50 is where I got out. $725.50. Looks like that was 26 points even in that last contract. So that brings this to 16 and this to 135.75. That's the conservative exit. The if you really wanted to let it run, you would wait for the signal to actually cross the delta. So it could continue to run down here. It's funny because anytime I do that, I always regret not just holding it and waiting. But that's fine. That's still a good winner. We'll see if we get another potential short setup here. Hey, Brandon. Thanks for joining the stream. Brandon says, I have not ventured into futures yet, but it has been spiking my interest lately. 5 years on gold and Forex. Well, welcome. I used to trade gold and Forex a lot myself. And then eventually kind of made the transition over to futures. I like futures. I like the simplicity of working with contracts. I also like the liquidity. It's probably what I like most about it. Looks like we put in 2 higher lows in that lower power zone. So looks like we got a good average exit on that one. Got the delta abruptly changing positive here. Yeah, Brandon. Brandon says it seems to be the natural progression. I know a lot of people are kind of making the switch. Starting to flash a tick up from that 3-minute power zone. That is a long on the 3. Still not quite ready on the 1. Gotta wait for that 1 to catch up. However, if you did take, you know, you guys hear me say a lot, like the first high or low in a power zone is usually a good one. Well, if you pass on that one, if you get a second one, that's even better. So here's a second one, a little bit of bullish divergence on that one. If you took that at 124, that would have been a winner. Looks like my Aave is up to 26% now. Let's see how Trump's doing. Not as good, but almost 12%. Still pretty good. To put in a takedown from the red zone. That is a potential short here. Got a limit order to go short on the 8. It's kind of an abrupt change in the delta there. big candle down. I don't like entering on those big candles. So the 8 it is. But I have a feeling I might miss the short here. Yeah, I think I might have missed the train on that. Maybe. There's still a chance. JWAS, it's just bouncing all over with no trend. Just the way I like it. I don't like trends. I hate them. Honestly. I would much rather just have it bounce around. Hello? Can you hear me now? How long was I talking to myself? Sorry about that, guys. Well, what's the last thing you heard? Like the good old days before live stream. Hey, we're getting a pretty big tick up from that lower power zone. Another higher low. This could be a long setup here. I'm gonna try to snag one off the 8. Anyway, I don't know what you guys heard, but I was talking about how I've sort of been a mostly all in, all out type of trader up until yesterday. So I'm trying something new. I'm trying this whole scaling out thing. I'm gonna give it a week, see how it does. All right, I just got tagged in here. $719.50 is where I'm in. And the delta is still pointed down, so I might lose my pants on this one. Yeah, Jay Waz, I tend to agree with you. I think this whole scaling out thing is a good middle ground for what I'm used to doing. Man, this trade is not going well. Come on, bulls. Can you prop it back up? Hopefully. All right, if we're ticking down here, I got to pull it. And I'm out. Relatively small loss. 5 1/4 on that one. So 4 contracts at 5 1/4. That brings this to -30 and this to -197. There we go. Certainly taking a while to put the brakes on. That's for sure. Now, see, that was a loss I could have probably saved myself from. Because it was going against the delta slope and it was going against the confirmation line slope. You know, if you guys want to play it like as safe as possible, you want to trade in the direction of those slopes. if they're pointed down, you can still get some winners on them, which is why I still take them here and there. I tend to be a little bit more of an aggressive trader, but if you wanted to play it more safe, only trade in that direction of those slopes. Slope matters. It does appear that it's trying to put the brakes on, though. The delta's getting thinner. It's losing its momentum. But timing matters as well. You can't just jump in anywhere. I think I might give this one another shot, though. The aggressive side of me is coming out. I did go long there. 21.716 is where I'm in. Again, it's more aggressive. I wouldn't recommend that trade. I will probably lose. We are flashing a higher low above a thin delta. So I'm still in this one. Come on, bulls, bring it back up. Now we're starting to get a positive delta there. Man, it's taking a long time to put the brakes on this move. Well, starting to wonder if it's going to happen. Yeah, I think it's not. I'm out. I should have got out at this tick down right there. I waited one more candle too long. So it looks like I was out at 21,725. So like I said, that was probably not the best idea there. Lost 15 3/4 on that one. So that one hurt a little bit. Just as I was saying, delta slope matters, guys. Trade in the direction of delta slope. All right, 1 second. I have to tend to a child. I'm back. Well, looks like it popped right after I got stopped out. That's the pop that I was looking for. I had a feeling that was going to happen. With the fizzy beverage. It's actually not fizzy. Can you guess what that is? Of course, Jay Waz, you got it. It's grapefruit juice. Nope, you got it. First try. Good job. Do I get any NQ points? Unfortunately, I don't think so. I wish there was a way to do that. All right, we got a tick down from that upper power zone. Is it a short? That is the question. I just took it short. $717.50. Oh my gosh, these bulls. They don't want to take it up when they're supposed to. They don't want to take it down when they're supposed to. There you go. We are getting a delta confirmation line cross here, which does put the bears in trouble a little bit. Might have to pull the plug here. It's not official yet. That delta's getting thicker. Not exactly what I want to see. You know, anytime you have the delta crossing the confirmation line, if you get a signal right when it's crossing, a lot of times it can go against you. So generally speaking, I don't like to take this particular setup, but I took it anyway. For some reason, I'm feeling more aggressive right now. And I'm out. We ticked up right there. 7 3/4 loss on that. Going back and looking at your comments. Yeah, Jay was the 5-minute bottom there, so that is bullish on the 5, and yeah, trading against that again, it can be dicey in that specific situation. What condition do you look for to take a trade against the delta? Well, specifically, the only time I will trade against the delta like this is when the confirmation line is still pointed down, which it is, and the delta is weak when we tick down from that upper power zone. And at this point, we tapered down, but it was right about when it was about to cross. So a lot of times when it's about to cross, it'll keep going like this and make that cross. And at that point, when we cross, I now flip bullish. So I am now looking for longs. But this little broadening formation thingamajig here can kind of throw you for a loop on some of those when it's transitioning. Another time I will trade against the delta is when we put in the first lower high from a power zone, like we're getting right now. So this is bearish divergence. So I'm going to take one more stab. Well, yeah, one more stab at a short. And that's it. So 723.25 is where I'm in. Looks like the bulls are trying to make me pay again. Can't put the fizzy drink down. All right. 7 seconds here. If the bears can't push her back down, I'm out. Can they do it? They did it. Keep pushing. Come on, Bears, where you at? Starting to put in our second lower high in the upper power zone. Delta's looking really weak. Still in the lower half, so the Bears still have a chance here. Signal still pointed down. Delta is flashing negative now. Starting to roll over. The Bulls are fighting, though. I don't know if the Bears are going to get this one. There's a tug of war going on, and my entry is right below it. I prefer when my entry is above the tug of war, not below it. Come on, Delta. Roll over. You know, every time it just gets bought up right away. And now it is trying to break out to the upside. This is our first tick up in the red zone since we started this little game. And I'm out. .5 points on that one. Well, all the profit I had is nearly gone now for the day after those little games. Now it'll go, now that I'm out. This will be our third lower high in the red zone. Delta's flashing negative, but the bulls are putting up a fight. Oh yeah, good point, Jay Waz. The ATR is super low. Normally I don't even trade if it goes under a 25. So that sucks. That's part of the problem here. Ah, that's too bad. Delta is very thin. It's dangerous. Now it's going to drop after all that. Well, anytime the delta is dangerously thin, it's usually like if you have to force trades, it's just generally not a good idea. Don't force trades. If you feel like you're forcing trades, walk away. But if you feel like you have to, it's usually good to side with the confirmation line. Confirmation line is headed up. Only look for longs from the green zone. We did just get a tick up there in the green zone, but I'm going to pass. This will be a big runner now because I passed. We'll simulate it. Here's the tick up from the green zone, going with the delta confirmation line slope. We'll see how we do. Go figure, huh? JWaz says the tick up was in line with the 5. Yes, it was. Starting to get a little more strength back in the delta. Yep, 30 minutes left, which could be the best part of the day, actually. I've seen it many times. I typically don't get to trade the end of the day because I usually have to pick up the kids from school, but not today. That's why I'm still sticking around. Since the kids are not in school today. You went long on TSLT again, huh? How was Tesla doing? Looks like my Trump is doing a little better. Aave still moving up. Ooh. Yeah, that's actually well, what time frame you trading Tesla on? This is a long right here on the hourly. 1 minute. Well, go figure. The trade I don't take is the one that runs. How many times that happened to me today? You know, I feel like I say this almost every day. You know, if you get the setup, just take it. I still have to convince myself to do that. But after you have a few losers in a row, it's really hard to take that next trade, you know? Loss, loss, loss. It's hard to take the next one. But had I taken all of those, my day would have been much better. There's at least 3 or 4 others like that today, which would have totally changed the outcome of the day. First target would have got hit, working on the second target. Delta's ramping up there now, pretty nice. Lots of strength coming back. Hopefully the end of day gives us a, a decent entry. What's up? Someone needs my help again. I'll be right back. All right. Well, had we entered that trade, first target would have got hit, would have missed the second target, but I would have went all out on this tick down from the top at 231. Wait. That tick down from the top was actually this up close candle. 231. That's pretty crazy. That's like darn near the top there. Yeah, that's crazy. Those power zones, they are powerful. Look at that, sending it right back down. Never would have expected that move. Did we tap into an order block or something? A little bit on this one. Derek, I'm long 717.50. All right, 717.50. Let's go. ATR still relatively low. Wow, what a candle back to the upside here. Looks like Derek knows where it's at. Getting a tick up from the green zone. Tick up was not official. $759.75. Let's see where that is. Ah, way up there, huh? That'd be a nice move. We did just put in a tick up from the green zone. Got a limit order sitting here. Trying to go long. Just got picked up. $733.75. Looking great on this one. Another big candle down. We did put in a tick down right there. I should pull it. And I'm gone. $13.25 on that. Ouch. Nasty, nasty. Nasty, nasty. Now I'm negative again. Reason why I went long is because we got a tick up from the green zone. Delta's above a rising confirmation line, so that's should be looking for longs there. But those big candles always cause a problem. We did get a short signal on the 3 that I just noticed. Right here. We had our delta cross, the confirmation line. Signal pulled down, pulled back up to the power zone. That is a short. What time was that at? That was at 2:33, which is right in here. Now we got the delta crossing back down. Thought we were going to stay bullish, but I guess not. Now, I think I'm done with the longs if the delta is going to be under the confirmation line. That's it for me. However, this is the first tick up from the lower power zone. This is like the last chance right here. If it is going to pull back out of it. What weird price action this is right here. Just kind of nasty. Got the 250 algorithm coming up here in about 60 seconds. The 5 is technically bullish, but it's looking like that delta could round over and easily turn bearish here. We also got a delta squeeze on the 15-minute to the downside. All right, here's that 250 algorithm. Which way we pushing? The murder algo. Well, we got our first higher low in the lower power zone, which is a potential long entry there, but not really interested with the way this price action is. Delta keeps pushing lower. Well, she might not have anything left in her today. But I don't know. Sometimes I see the best moves in the last 10 minutes. So we can try to push down here. That delta is really thickening up. So we might potentially push down. You're welcome, Schroden. Thanks for stopping by. This Delta candle is fatter than the previous. This is a potential entry, but it's in that lower power zone. It's always a trade-off, you know? Not really a big fan of that entry. Another big candle up. Our second higher low. Really wanted to go long there, but I feel like I'm kind of at the end of my rope. Maybe I'll try a long on the 8. Oof. And I think I'm too late. Of course. Of course. Well, you know what? Still a chance for a wick. I'm still going to try it. I'm going to try the 8. Oop, I just got tagged in. Look at that. Uh, 712.50. Maybe the trading gods will reward me at the end of the day here. The 8 is my line in the sand. If we close below, I'm out. ETR sitting at a 40 right now. Go ahead and move my stops to break even. Since we're getting a little bit of a tick down there. And I'm out. That's it. Thanks for playing. Well, tomorrow's another day. Wasn't too bad today. Let's see how we did. Down $104 approximately. So not terrible. I've had a lot worse. I was up for a good part of the day though, but man, today was tough. So Jason T, what time are you streaming tomorrow? I should be on at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. So, Snake Eyes, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Any new people there, be sure to subscribe and hit the like button if you'd like me to continue sharing. And good luck to you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, take care.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want a pound split, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny. When the volume surges up so high, skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that life is goes. I'm my happy Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. And hold the blade, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.